How are you? T-Sky Kid, I know you guys were here like really early, so appreciate it. Hi Sky, hope you're doing well. I saw you're doing really good on Rumble. Hi Fen, and hi Kid, and hi T-Sky. Hi Ria, hope you're doing well. Hi Galaxy. I did hydrate and stretch off stream, or I guess not off stream, but during the opening. So I'm glad you guys are liking the new emotes. Finger slip, that's fair. That's totally valid. Thank you for the head pats, Galaxy. Hi, Fen. Hi, Kid. Hi, Suzuki. How are you? I am solo climbing in peaks while I'm lurking. I saw. I hope you do well. I'm in the kiln, almost done. Good luck. I wish you luck. I can't say for a short time. I just need to head to bed soon. That's fine. It might be a shorter stream today. I am not feeling the hottest. I'm not gonna lie. My stomach is not happy with me, so we're just gonna go until we're good. I don't know when that's gonna be, so, but yeah, we're just gonna play tonight until whenever. So yeah, hope you guys are all right. Hope you guys are doing good. Trying to clear my throat. I've had a frog in it too, which doesn't help. Thank you for the head pat, Sky. I will watch the rest of the stream in the morning. I appreciate that, Sky. But yeah. We're just gonna do some Rumble. And after Rumble, we'll do Pragmata. When we swap to Pragmata, we'll probably go to our comfy model and go from there. So, should be a pretty chill stream today, from at least that's the game plan. We'll see what happens. So, didn't want to run a Rumble? Heck yeah. Well, then I don't want to keep you guys waiting. I will make sure this guy can get like a good couple rounds in at least. So let's just actually, I'm just gonna jump into stream tonight, guys. I don't got much to yap about anyways. I'm kind of boring today. So we're just gonna jump into the games, the Rumble at least. One moment. I never bought the Silver Samurai thing. I decided if SBO, Silver, and Infinite get Samurai skins, I might buy them all. I'm in 4th now? Bruh, man. You think you're doing good, and then it's just like, nah. Nah. I gotta stay in like the top 5. Oh, that's finished. That's mostly finished. Oh, I might need to buy more passes. Or boosts, I mean. Give me one moment, guys. I gotta buy these. Good thing I have a bunch of red rings. He needs to become dad. I am playing Pragmata after this, so yes, I am dad. There we go. Alright. I can grab you guys, though. How are you, though, Ice Prince? Hey, you got the Surge. Very nice. Oh, let me turn off my music. We'll do a couple rounds. We'll do our dailies, and hope for the best. I really don't want to lose my top 5 position, because I really want to get Master Emerald. And then once you get Master Emerald, it's just pretty much like, I think staying in the top 25 or something like that. I don't know how it works after that. I hope we don't have to stay in the top 5 every single time. But good now. I hope we got some good water. I have water and soda next to me right now. But they forgot my straw. They always forget my straw. I hate it. Did anyone do anything exciting today? Tell me about your day. I just worked. Worked and dealt with annoying stuffs. Like medical health department stuff is annoying, guys. If you can avoid it, avoid it. I watched a movie, then I worked. What movie did you watch? Was it a good one? Rude. Holes? Oh, is that the one where they're digging? Digging them holes? Okay, that's what I thought. I'm like, I thought that was that old Disney one with Shia LaBeouf. I read the book a long time ago, but I don't remember anything about the book. I only remember the freaking movie. There's so many tales. There's so many tales. I never realized. I read the book and watched the movie. I prefer the movie. Really? That's fair. All I really did at work today was I watched this YouTube creator called Product and all their like horror movies, horror shorts. Some of their stuff is wild. I bet you like no one here knows what I'm talking about though, which is fine. It's just one of those weird things that like popped up on, well no. Someone summarizing and reviewing each of the videos and their analytics point of view and like this Easter eggs. They their video popped up, so I was watching them, and I went to watch the new stuff because they weren't fully updated. That's all I did today. Literally nothing else. I was gonna draw, but I didn't have the motivation or like great like brain space to do that. What am I talking about? Well, so put it hold an actual report. What do you mean? I fell in the water during that. That sucks. I'm gonna lose because of T-Sky. I want you guys to all acknowledge that if I lose, it's because of T-Sky. Alright, well I got third at least, so... What stuff is the stuff that wouldn't hold up in court? If I can ask. I haven't seen that movie in a hot minute. In fact, the last time I think I saw that movie was back in middle school or something. End of middle, early high, something like that. Oh, I'm not winning this one, guys. I'm not even in the top 3. The cops looking in the house without a warrant signed by a judge. There is a way that people can legally enter without a warrant. I don't know the exact things behind it, but it's like you have to have like suspicion of like harm or endangerment or like something. There's something where like there's also like something like amongst the line of like thievery and stuff. I don't know what it is. Plus, things were a little different way back when that movie was made, I believe, and that book was probably written. Things weren't as strict with the police force stuff as they are nowadays. I need to upgrade like a bunch of good skills and start doing the custom slot thing for that level 6 bonus. Okay. I'm sure there's someone that's more like knowledgeable of like justice stuff that would be able to like explain the whole paperwork and reasonable cause thing. You did it? Good job. You're officially a lone wolf. You may now awoo. I'm gonna get hit. I did not get hit. I'm surprised I didn't get hit. Aw, barely missed it. And the warden of the camp saying the other counselor should get rid of the one camp of records. Well, that one is legal, yeah. That's legal, but that's kind of the thing of the warden. Use it against them? Well, you gotta think things were like... It's also the whole adult versus kid thing, and it's annoying. Did you want to join in for a couple rounds, kid? Oh, we're like really up first. Go T-Sky. Good job, T-Sky. Yeah, but I'd still use the info I heard against them. I don't know if that would work. I'm putting the ears on. Fair. We play when you're maxed out. I'm just playing to get my rank up at this point. I'm generally just trying to make sure I have like top 5 rank so I can get Master Emerald. I'm way too close to lose out on it. I want Master Emerald so bad I can taste it. I keep telling myself I need to play Lost Worlds of Colors. Don't pull me. Right, but when was the book written? That's the biggest thing, is when was the book written? Also, 2007, I don't think... No, because I would have watched it in, like, middle school, high school. That doesn't quite check out time frame rise. The book 1998. That makes more sense. The 90s were wild. You could get away with a lot of stuff in the 90s. You guys gotta think, back then, a lot of the stuff that we have now didn't exist. Like, if you wanted to call someone, you had to find a payphone or hope someone had a cell. Or, if you were like... I remember back in my day, if someone was online and someone else wanted to use the phone, it would destroy your connection. Kind of sad, because none of you guys know what the dial-up tone is. 2003, that makes more sense. It's crazy to think we live in a world where the dial tone, people don't know what the dial tone is. Or the dial-up tone for internet. I do, I know what that is. I believe Kid and BT. Fen, I think you're too young. You're just a babu. Dial-up internet went away, like, right when you were born. I know what it sounds like, but have you heard it firsthand? No, but dang. My dad taught me. How did your dad taught... Ben, the fact you said your dad taught you it? I'm gonna, like, you know, like you're playing imposter and someone's trying to, like, fit in, but, they're saying the same thing, but they haven't actually, like, they don't actually know what the word is. I feel like that's what we're doing right now. Dial-up whisper to computer made? Yeah, we're just talking about it. Showed you a video of the sounds? Chat, do we believe him? Misfits, do we believe Fen? I need everyone's verdict. We'll leave your fate in the Misfits' hands, Fen. I died. I'm alright, machines sound like it. I don't think they're quite the same. They might be, but I don't think they would be. Some do. Fen's too good of a bean for me to decide his fate. Oh. Well, I believe Fen has heard it, but not. Okay, so that's 2 neutrals. Fen, you have no fate at the moment. You're just stuck in purgatory. I'm sorry. BT, thank you for the streak. I appreciate it. Enjoy the breeze. I don't believe Fen. Oh, there it is. It says no, so it's 2 neutrals, 1 no. Therefore, it goes to no. Fen, how do you plead? We're having our long-awaited court case right now. I know it's not what you thought it was going to be about. That's next week. That's how I know it? Do you have proof of this video? Paul Fenn has not said B yet? Why does he need to say B? What's B? Rip, I saw that coming. Hi, Tired. How are you? Oh, I barely got in there way too late. Got cuddled. Very nice, Tired. Oh, that's 2 for no's. I'm sorry, Fen. Your fate's been decided. Why are we doing it this way? I don't know. I'm just being a goober. Are you in, kid? Man, I gotta really push up these numbers. I'm like 20 mil away. Well, I want to get to see spend time with how much average away. That must be nice. I'm working on it. No worries. Can't he? It's alright, guys. We're done teasing him. I also have cookies. Kind of saying fudge it to my diet today. Not even my diet, I'm just not eating healthy today. It's all good, BT. I ate a lemon, butter noodles, haichu, and pita chips today. That sounds good. I ate a lot. I stress ate, I'm not gonna lie. It was not a good day. I stress ate a lot. But it's alright. One day is not gonna kill me. That was almost clean. That was almost, like, really smooth. With ships? You're eating ships now? Guys, Ben's into macro right here. I feel like I've heard of shake and bake chicken, but I don't know what that is. Yeah, I'm one way or the other, but lately it's been eating. This probably sucks because I've like been losing weight, and I'm probably putting all the weight back on today just with how much I've been stress eating. Yeah, Doritos. Well, that's good. What flavor? What flavor Doritos? Couldn't eat much. That's fair. Just had a crab solid thing. Fair enough. Wow. Ah, sicko. Crab salad's not bad though. I don't really like fruit ranch. No cheesy? Why not cheesy? The purple ones? Which ones are purple ones? Oh, I don't weigh myself? Fair enough. Oh. More so than Cool Ranch Artificial? Interesting. Oh, that was the worst time to do it. But I got tired of it. That's fair. I guess if you eat like a lot of one thing, it definitely does get old. Am I actually good now? Did I climb the ranks? Nope, not yet. Did you want to join in, kid? See you online. Now I prefer Sun Chips. When I do get chips, it's usually Cheez-Its. What's a Dorito boat? Ice Prince, what's a Dorito boat? I can't say I've heard of a Dorito boat. Oh, have a good night, Sky. Thanks for joining. The French onion flavor and Sun Chips? You have fruit about chilies you mean. Oh, interesting. So it's pretty much like a giant like nacho salad. Hey Rang, how are you? Welcome on in. You know what weirdly sounds good right now? This should tell you like where my weird like cravings are at. It weirdly sounds really good to get some like tortilla chips and some shredded cheese and melt it in the microwave. It's terrible and it doesn't taste good, but for some reason it sounds really good right now. Frito pie? What's Frito pie? Or is it the same thing? You can head to bed. No worries, Sky. Thanks for joining. I'm glad you're able to hang out for a bit. You're working hard too. You guys are always working hard. I appreciate you guys. But I'm West Coaster. Oh, there you go. Thank you for the streak, Bria. Appreciate it. Enjoy the breeze. But do I have to explain what a Frito pie is? No, I'm assuming it's the same thing. Have a good one, Sky. Thank you for the lurch, Suzuki. I appreciate it. Oh boy. Hi Toshi, how are you? This is Subnautica too. Hopefully you're having fun. And dead. As am I. Fritos, chili, and a canned cheese, onions, the ultimate microwave fire, and forget meal. Interesting. Also, why does this have 14 vibes? What do you mean? I'm second. Can technically get back in first, but the stage 10, the one airship raid. Oh, I don't know. There was a lot of like fight airship things like that in 14, so probably something along the lines of that. Was there for the night? I had fun. I'm glad to hear. To Baldur's Gate. Nice. Now you're at like the halfway point. No. Oh, that's unfortunate. I got second still. That Zoop guy, do good. That's pretty close. Like 1,000 off. We got bonked by 3 different people at the same time. Oof, I've been there. You just see your rings vanish. Deep Ocean is far less scary with buddies. I'm glad you're having fun and you got buddies to play with. I'm in third right now. I'd like to at least be in second, but we'll see. I know some not twos on the Game Pass, so I'm gonna play it. I hope you have fun with it, kid. What path will you give me? Okay, I guess. Wow! I got pushed off. Ow. Ow. Oh, unfortunate. Good job, kid, though. Hi, Winter. How are you? And now shirtless furry. Ah, shirtless furry alert. Hope you're doing well, Winter. Just filled at 20k points. Nice. Furry, where? Everywhere. Like, probably like 75% of this chat. Gosh, shirtless furry. Funny enough, I think that actually is yours now, Ben. Because I've not seen Winter say it in a hot minute. Blocked? That's fair. Are you guys blocking each other now? Okay, actually, we're all in top 3. Kid hung up on you? Why did he hang up on you? Is it because he saw you flirting with Winter? Kid, it's okay to be jealous. I'm hearing the chaos. What is the chaos? I don't know, it was mean. Oh. Everything. Fair enough. Look at Telegram Femme? Oh, I didn't know they broke by themselves. I thought you had to jump on them for them to break. I got first. I have no idea what's going on in chat. Hey, top 3. Good job, guys. Winter blocked you? Wow, wild. I can't believe you got blocked by Winter. Do I do like 1 or 2 more maybe? I don't know. We'll do one more. We'll do one more. I'm spending all of my freaking red rings for this. So are you? I can't tell if you guys are fighting or flirting. The weird combination of both. Crazy? I know, crazy. Fighting? Oh, fair. I just realized now at this point, I think I've like jokingly put Fen into 3 different relationships. I was crazy once. They threw me into a rubber room. The room had a room full of rats. The rats drove me crazy. Fen hates you? Wow, Fen, can't believe it. I hate the body bumping, and there's no point for body bumping. Why should I? Wow. Oh, that's gonna cost me. But not first. I guess it writes back to you. Oh. That's fair. I got Kid at least. I think he got me right at the end again. It's now my join sound for Discord. What is? Guh? Thank you for the head pets, Rita. But what if I copywritten Guh and don't let anyone use Guh? I'll make an emote that says Guh. No, you know what I'll do actually? I'll make a Ga emote, but I'll make it a your character here thing, and that way everyone can get their own Ga. Go ahead, trademark. Ow. Man, I always try to jump over it and I never can. I need a good air dash ability. Da, 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 da. Rude. Rude. I still hate how the numbers are like right on top. Thanks for the victory, Toshi. Possible join some having somewhere with me saying, I see. Oh, bye, kid. Rude. That's not what I was aiming for. Thanks, game. I still got a second. It's fine. Oh, I was only 200 off. Oh, okay, one more. We'll do one more and that'll be it for Rumble this today. I'm literally like one away. He was caught. He was caught. He got hit. He got bonked. We'll do one more, then we'll swap over for the day. How dare. Also, kid, I don't know if you picked it up for me or if you've done it all along, but now when someone redeems your boop, you say how dare. I was laughing, so I was just like, oh, the habit copying is starting. Like when you're friends with someone for long enough, you like start mimicking them. I've always done that? Okay, never mind then. Ignore me. Carry on. Calls me cute. That's fair. Look at how you got Ga from copying someone that did it themselves. Wait, how'd this person get so far ahead? No. How'd this person get so far ahead? That's kinda sus, I'm not gonna lie. I was like in first, and out of nowhere they just like appeared in front of me. Sus. Makes you upset it all the time, huh? Word I say law isn't in English? How dare you? Yeah, no, people chaos. You're right. That's true, Toshi. Speaking of. I will do that in a moment. Thank you, Winter. And that. You sound you could use a pick-me-up? Toshi, I don't think you can pick me up. You're short. I'm tall. I think if you try to pick me up, it would just flop. Hey, don't hit them. I killed the guy that hit you too. Oh, I'm proud of that. I'm quite short and noodles for arms. I believe in your strength. Just not enough to pick me up. Thank you for the head pats. Oh, let me also stretch and hydrate. Hi, kid. Dang it. Hi, Winter. Dang it. These guys didn't hit me. These guys did not hit me. That person hit me though. Kid hit me. Why are they all spawning over here? Oh, I'm like gonna lose so bad, yeah. RIP. Good job, kid, though. And T-Sky. I had all my paths like cut off for me like right at the start, so good job, guys. I will hydrate and stretch again. Thank you. Nobody's got to second, so we'll take it. Thank you for the revs. All right. We'll call it there. Appreciate you guys joining. We're gonna swap over to Pragmata. So give me a second here to get that started. We're also gonna need to swap. I need to swap over to my comfy model. One sec. I'm just gonna make my life easier. And do. Here it is. All right, guys. The ads are gonna start. Actually, I'm gonna run ads, and then I'll be right back. So. Maybe. I'm gonna make sure the game's actually loaded. Hiding from spoilers? No worries, Prince. Have a good one. That works. Night chat. Rest well, Ice Prince. Thanks for stopping by. All right. You guys, hi Mixu, how are you? Welcome on in. I'm just about to run some ads, but then I'll be right back. While I'm running ads, you guys can enjoy some clips.
What?
You scared the crap out of me. I didn't realize you were rapping. Your voice too. Oh my god, is it squeaky?
Yeah, you're squeaky.
Yeah, this your voice is squeaky too. Oh my god, that's so funny.
Yeah, you're like a little chipmunk.
Yeah.
Wait, is everybody a chipmunk? Spider missed. Spider did not miss.
Spider point blank that. Oh, and then my baby cart. Well, who put me in here?
Again, we just killed it. Darkness. I mean, friendship. I mean, Marshmallow Man. Oh. But also, yes, do it. Oh, okay, cool. Hey, should I be quiet?
What's up, old man? You're
Dude, my favorite show is on. Oh! My show!
no show.
Alright, well, no show, I guess.
Oh, hello.
Well, I'm not with this.
Hello.
Yeah.
I want to go in the cart. I don't want to be over here. I want to go in the cart. Yes, cart.
Sonny, no!
Yeah. No. Oh, there's a bomb there.
Here.
Points the thingy inside. Oh god. Stop. Put the pointed end in.
Art. I don't know if it's gonna work though. Alright, guys. Let's hop over. Okay? I'll get there eventually. What? Alright, this is going to...
We both emptied a gun and pulled out swords.
Listen, we had to do it the old-fashioned way. A double team.
Oh man.
Rhea, no!
Did Rhea just fall into the pit?
I accidentally hit her.
Keenan! Oh my god.
Rhea, I'm sorry.
Wait, you forgot this? We helped each other out as homies, so I gave him a tip. Wait, what did it, I don't know what, I was like look at special characters and see like, what do you have to do? You know what? I can't put the burner on after I put the top on, it won't let me. Best burger, Rhea, it really wasn't. You don't have to be nice. Chim chimney,
Bye-bye.
chim chimney, chim chim sharoo. Up here is death and it's nice knowing you. Mushroom. Can I send you my meat in DMs? Absolutely, go for it. Alright, we're back. Hello. We are back with Pragmata. Did I ever do the new training stuff? I don't think I did. No. I know there was 2 that I haven't done yet. These ones are hard. Reach target area. We can try this one really quick. Complete within 15 seconds? We can try. We'll do a quick training or 2, just get warmed up, and then we'll go do the new level. I see, I gotta be faster at hacking. I can redo that. I can do that better. What are you guys up to now? There you go. Causing chaos? Fair. There we go. Easy. Should we check out the other one really quick? Destroy all storage boxes, complete without taking damage. Oh, interesting. Okay. Doesn't look like there's a time limit on this one, though. Oh, never mind. I lied.
Look out for targeting them.
Alright, so redo that one. So stasis them and then run past, I'm assuming?
Incoming.
Damn bullets bounce right off.
Oh, well, there's that. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna go through this really quick and just see what the rest of the area has, and go from there.
Get ready.
I see. Don't know how I'm supposed to do that last area, but we can try it one more time. Thank you for the lurk, Winter.
Look out for its targeting sensor. Move, you.
All right. I thought maybe I could speed it up a bit, but I guess not.
Something's aiming at us. Be careful.
Aw, really? How are you supposed to do that last part then, I wonder? B? What about B? Alright, that should be fine for warm-up. We'll do this one
Oh yes.
and this one.
Is one of our more
Alright.
popular items. Much appreciated.
Yeah, Toshi. It's B? I guess that's fair.
What's that?
Oh, there's balloons over here.
If I leave the balloon...
The balloons all okay?
Yep, they're all there.
Look at you go. I was always popping or losing every balloon I saw. What's wrong?
Well, the truth is, I did lose one.
That's all part of what makes balloons fun. Don't sweat it.
Do I think I need to upgrade? Oh yeah, there is new upgrades. No damage. Alright, I don't have money for anything else right now, so... Alright, let's go check out the new area.
Time we hit those mines.
Let's do shockwave gun. Actually, hold on. Shockwave gun here. Let's do sticky bombs here. That there. These are fine. Alright. And we'll go check out the mines. There's still some stuff eventually. When I can break through like the red stuff, it'll be better. At least we have a new area to explore.
Next up is the mainframe, right?
Yep, it should be in the Nexus Tower.
I don't trust this bot. I don't trust a lot of these robots. Evacuation complete. Former mining sector. Evacuation progress. Eastern sector near mining zone. Access near the Nexus Tower mainframe restricted to authorized personnel. Oh. Well, we're going that way anyways, so.
Environmental optimization sequence in progress. Entering low gravity environment.
The distance and airtime of jumps and thrusters are extended in reduced gravity of space. Use over movement speed is also slightly slower. Oh.
Please proceed with caution.
This is gonna take some getting used to.
Everything feels kinda floaty.
Interesting. And massive.
Phew, I can see the Nexus Tower.
So that's where Edis is. It's pretty far off. Wish we had a shuttle or something.
Do we just like jump down, I guess? Is there like secret stuff around here? Is this secret maybe? Ooh, the sound, the audio is like really weird right now. This is weird. I don't know how to feel about this.
The tower's right there. Why we gotta take the long way around?
Go back to normal now.
Nothing
Oh, it
new,
does.
but, ugh, things sure feel different when the gravity shifts.
How is it different?
Well, my thrusters push us farther, but they're harder to control.
Seems like an upgrade to me.
Yes and no. Well, and right back out. Are we going down? Oh, we're going down. Oh, gosh.
I bet we could use those platforms to get across.
Use your thrusters and see if you can make it.
This feels like more of like a tutorial kind of place. Oh, wait. There's something over here. Looks like there's some kind of like lock box.
Much better.
How's the audio, by the way? Ooh. Especially activated EC thrusters for expanded HP. Oh.
That can help you keep going, even if you get hit.
It's so quiet around here. I don't know how to feel about this. It's like weird. Okay. That a new weapon? What is this? Homing missiles attacking the pressures. Oh. Okay. No more laser, I guess.
Charge that unit up, and it can hit multiple bots. How are we gonna get over there?
No idea. My thrusters alone won't cut it. Let's look for another way.
Oh, what are those? I don't trust those. They're gonna attack me. I feel it in my blood. It's too quiet. I don't like this place.
Look out!
Oh gosh. Cool, you guys have upgrades now. What's the problem with the enemy? Oh, I know about hacking objects. That's fine. Tommy, hello! Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How are you and how is your Pragmata? It's all laggy. Welcome in. For those that don't know me, I'm Keenan Lycan, film comfy variety streamer with little bits of chaos. I'm an artist, singer, tarot reader, Sonic fan, little bits of this, little bits of that. Currently doing Pragmata myself. We're about to go fight some guys, really. How was your stream? Nope.
Stop skittering around.
Oh, I hate this. It was good and very sad. My progress and it was really fun. Oh no, what happened? Like the game ended, or just like?
Look out! Shoot now!
Jeez. Hope your program as well. So far, so good. I'm not loving this area so far. It's too quiet for my tastes, but everything else has been great. Freeze? We'll take freeze, I guess. So, like, I don't know. Normally there's like more like ominence words. There's more stuff around, and right now this feels very unsound. Tried to fix it in the settings and crashed and like my OBS and stuff. I didn't want to restart, so that was fun. So that's good. Well, yeah. Sorry though that like it didn't work out for you. That's a bummer. Ah, thank you for the bits, Tommy. I appreciate it. Hopefully when you guys play next time, it'll be all figured out. Ooh, huge upgrade component. Wait, where am I supposed to be going exactly? Am I supposed to be going up there? Oh, I see. I think. Nah, we'll figure it out. It's so, like, eerie. I know I keep saying that, but, like, it just feels uncomfortable. Is there anything else around here? Feels like there should be a spot with secrets or something, but...
Warning. Unauthorized
Uh-oh.
presence detected in the mining zone. Luna Digger. Halt mining protocol and remove these intruders.
Hugh! Something's coming!
Ooh.
Look at the size of that worm.
I'm guessing that's our boss for this station.
So that's the Luna Digger, huh? Oh, this is gonna be a nightmare.
What's that down there? No, I don't trust that. Mm-mm.
Blast away and watch those bots kaboom!
I can't enter the
Step
room.
on the sand. I think it can detect your biorhythms through the soil. Hugh!
No, not like this!
I'll try hacking it!
Hurry!
Noted. Okay. I understand now. This is not a normal boss fight.
That was a close one. Thanks.
That's what I'm here for! I got it! Stay away from those dust clouds!
Is it a boss fight, or am I just trying not to die? Or maybe a little bit of both.
Move, Hugh! Defenses are set.
Couldn't have just stuck with digging, could you?
I don't think it normally attacks humans.
In response to inquiry regarding occupational mod safety and statement, first, the model in question is equipped with biometric ID system and is programmed to prioritize the avoidance of living beings above all else. Additionally, its reinforced exterior not only withstands operational impact, but also shields the unit from unintended electromagnetic interference and slower disruptions. During routine lunar eruptions, the risk is considered negligible. I see.
Thought these things were built to steer clear of people.
They are.
Try it.
But that system's now what's tracking us.
Guess we had Edis to thank for that too.
Uh-oh.
Take that! I owe you.
Shoot now!
A little sloppy, but we're all good. Ooh, what's this? Oh, what?
It's my turn.
Bro just came out of nowhere. Homing. Well, we have homing right now, so we're good. Back outside? Yep. If I... Hold on. I want to try something really quickly here. If I actually... Because he's still down there, right? Yeah.
Get ready.
Is this actually doing damage to him, I wonder? Or... I guess not.
Drones are automated, so they're easy to use.
Ooh, there's an REM over there, though.
Missile spotted. Right back at ya.
Yeah, I didn't know you could hack those, so I watched Timber play it. I was kind of surprised.
I got him. Be careful. Overdrive protocol on standby.
Oh. I'll go grab this. Oh, I can't fire. That's cozy.
I can't wait to get back to the shelter.
Can I just, like, jump back up here? Do I have to go all the way around? Oh, thank gosh. I really don't want to, like, go all the way back around for that. Is there any point of coming over here, or is it just kind of, like, to look around? Doesn't look like it. Well, that is useful, actually. I should probably heal up, actually. I've taken a little bit of damage, so... There we go. Look, our first save point in a hot minute.
Can't forget you.
Is there any, like, info? There is some info here. What is this? The evidence that deploys a barrier that blocks the miniature projectile from lunchtime. The barrier does not deal damage. Huh. Oh, it's really useful for this boss, it looks like. Okay, we'll try it.
You gotta be careful when the barrier goes up. Wow.
Winter is judged. The judgment is Winter's cute. Do you agree? Wait, who is Winter? Wait. Our Winter? Although, Lunar Diggers has sensors to avoid humans, a tragic accident occurred recently. Following the latest sensor update, all systems are confirmed operational. Work will continue scheduled. Always carry a back to safety of site. Magnetic field generator been impacted by respected and wear them off. Huh. Yes, that's up to Winter. Safe routes in Luna Mines. Luna Mines unit checkers now at all times. You've lost your way staying near the facility perimeter. Okay. John sensibly attacked from behind. Bro saw it happen and ran, but he wasn't fast enough. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Oh. I agree. I also agree.
Just
Well,
have to make our way through the facility.
if you guys agree, then...
Guess we're taking the long way around.
Wait, is this where we came in? No. I meant to go the other way. Alright. Kupo? I guess so. Kupo, indeed. Oh, there's someone over here. Also, let me know if audio is good or it needs anything adjusting. I think it sounds okay, but... Oh, man.
Don't get excavated, okay?
We need to work on your jokes.
I'm assuming we can go stand on that thing. But then... Oh, yeah, it actually leads to a lockbox. Okay. That's gonna suck. Sucks more as I'm about to lose my opportunity to get on this thing. Oh! I did not lose my opportunity. Wow. Go me. Got a Increase weapon damage by 10, but hacking damage decrease. Oh, so it's kind of like a
Use
trade-off.
that if you want to focus on shooting. Get to those buildings!
I
Easy for you
am.
to say.
Easy. Stasis net? Sure, we'll take it. We'll take it over sticky bombs.
Look! There's a mine here!
Maybe we can use it to trip up some bots.
Yeah! Let's use it on the Luna Digger!
Will he come?
Knuckles no understand this science stuff. Knuckles cast magic's missing.
You know what? Valid.
Back off!
Stay away from those dust clouds! Be
Well,
careful!
I thought the mine was gonna do it, like do something. Alright, well. How do I want to go about this? I thought the mine would do something, but what I could do is just run over to the door, I guess. Is there a map? Yeah, there's a map here. I missed a lot of stuff back there. I'm not surprised. There's a couple red things. I guess we'll just try to get into that red building.
Move, you!
How you like this?
Alright, get out of the way.
He never gives up, huh?
Time to run. Time to run.
Overdrive proto. Look out for its targeting sensor. Something's aiming at us.
Oh. Ah, I thought so.
Here it comes! Look out! Incoming!
Good job.
Jump, Q!
Take this!
I hate these things with a passion.
Back off!
Oh. A fox. I'm assuming I can still go out, like up and around out here, maybe? Also, how are you, Greenlink? Stasis net. Does stasis net work on the digger, I wonder? Probably something I should, like, ask. I think I heard something nasty going down in the cafeteria just now. Word around the cradles, the security team is about to be thoroughly checked everyone's devices and access logs. Better delete the game we snuck in before it blows up in our faces. Goodbye, glorious record of monster hunts. Still, checking everyone feels extreme. Rumor has it someone tampered with IDIS's admin privileges. The rumor about human-like anti androids being developed with the cradles seems to be true. Yesterday, while dropping off samples at Dr. Higgins' lab, I caught sight of a little girl in the back. There's no way a kid could be here, unless I'm losing my mind and saw a ghost or something, but I think that's the android everyone's been talking about. Honestly, it feels wrong. These things are meant to be guinea pigs, so why create one in the image of a child? Honestly, it feels wrong. Seriously, don't get your panties in a bunch, man. The ban on lifelike androids only applies back on Earth. We don't have to worry about that here. Both the company and Dr. Higgins are aware of what's going on here. As long as this never reaches Earth, we're fine. Ah.
Hold on. Does this mean that someone's controlling Edis?
They never told us that.
Well, if that's true, this may not end at Edis.
Ooh, lockbox. Upgrade components. Ah.
Blinking the enemy.
Get off! Right on!
Oh, a little too close for comfort there. But we managed. We're fine. Alright, back outside. Wait.
Sweet. That'll make a solid footing.
Containers are pretty useful, huh?
Where? Where? I see you. I'm gonna casually run over here. Ooh. I feel like my drifters drain a lot faster. I don't know if they actually do, but it feels like they do. Cabin coin.
Like that.
It's like Tremors all over again.
Get ready.
Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. It's so laggy.
The entrance to the building is over there.
Is that a warehouse? Let's go find a way inside.
That was just really laggy out of nowhere. I'm so sorry. I have no idea what happened.
Those dust clouds.
You like following me? I feel like I'm being followed here. Oh, okay. Well, there's more mines. Well, this is unfortunate because I see a couple different areas I need to go to. One being over there. I have no idea why it's freaking out this bad. Yep.
Missile spotted. Right back at ya. Overdrive protocol on standby.
I can't reach him. I guess we'll fight this way.
Look out.
Damn bullets bounce right off.
That's good enough, I guess. Alright, let me go get this really quick. This will replace this. Okay. Then we gotta go back over here. Is that a robot down by an upgrade component, or is that just... what is that? Can't tell if that's a robot or just, like, something hanging out. There's also stuff down there. Hold on.
Good job, kid.
Be careful.
Get some. Take this.
And dead. That's totally some kind of robot. What can I like? Can I make him eat that?
Get ready. Stay away from those dust clouds.
Hi, River. How are you?
Leave the shooting to me.
Move, you.
I don't know if I'm even doing a lot of damage to it, but... I killed the robo, though. What's happening on dad duties? We're fighting a giant worm. So, nothing too strange. Don't say you can come over here. Oh, can I get back up, though? Oh, I've made a grave mistake. Don't. How can I... Tyson. My lord. Oh, nice. Increase hacking. Oh, but opposite.
Use that if you want to prioritize hacking.
So I could run down, grab that, and then try to run over to the other one, I guess. This is gonna suck. It's gonna suck no matter how I do this.
Remember your Burt Gummer training.
My what training? Oh, there's a robot over there too. Oh, but it does look like there's like solid footing over there. Nope, I hate that. Nope. No. Crud.
Thanks to you.
Hi, buddy.
Stay away from those dust clouds.
Yeah, let's do this.
Where was the thing that was shooting at me, though?
Look out! Projectiles incoming!
Alright, well, we dodged that. Now we gotta figure out what's aiming at us here. Fine, let it do its thing. That's fine. That's not fine. Nope, 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 out. Jump down, jump down.
Be careful! Now we got a way across.
Oh.
Yeah. Didn't anyone think to put up some stairs around here?
The area is a little more crazy than I would like. That is a upgrade component I need to go get. Now how do we get up there? I need to like run around.
You know, Burt Gummer. He was a gun collector. His wife was Reba McIntyre, who was fighting the graboids in Tremors.
Wait, was that Reba? That's wild. I had no idea that was Reba. It's kind of cool, though. Oh. Are we done? Or something? Yes, that's wild. I didn't know she'd acted.
Okay. Where to next?
There's something up ahead.
Let's check it out.
Before we just go straight in there, excuse me?
There.
Interesting puzzle time? How does this work? Alright, well, got this at least. Bug net. Nice.
I wonder what that is.
Okay, but then how do I get to the upgrade component that's like over here in the wall? Oh. Well, okay. To my defense, it didn't let me grab up there the first time I tried, so... Alright, well... Oh, I guess let me go do this area real quick. Alright. See how bad this area is. Oh, it's terrible.
Right on.
Overdrive protocol. On standby.
Keep the shooting to me.
I missed!
We did it!
Aw, man.
Oh, if only we had a unit to delete nodes. Move, you!
Let's do this.
Move, 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 move. That's not a gun. Oh, I gotta get another gun. Oh, that's not a gun. Ow. Oh, thank God, sticky bombs. Okay, one's down. Whew. Oh man.
Overdrive protocol initiate.
We done? Oh my God, that was intense. Well, this is worth it at least. Cool. And then this. Alright, well. Intense. Hard, but we did it. Okay. What do those taste like? Chips or English chips? Static. I'm gonna say they taste like static. Do we wanna quickly... Let's quickly jump in here.
Let's power up our stuff. That Luna Digger came out of nowhere.
Bugnet.
With this, I'll catch butterflies, birds, and maybe even a cat.
We're actually missing like one thing, because we have the other set here too.
What you doing? That Luna Digger. What's the point of a holographic fire anyway?
Or snacks.
Nice fire. Even though it's not a real fire, I can't stop watching. I bet I'd watch even longer if it were real. Hey, you. Can we try burning something? I want to check if it's like a real campfire.
Are you kidding? You trying to torch this place or what? Plus, if it all goes up in flames, where does that leave Cabin?
Oh, right. I forgot the shelter means a lot to them. I don't want to make them sad, so I'll stop then. Hey, Hugh. You said that I need to be more careful, and that I should try not to get hurt. But what if there's something worse than getting hurt?
That's some heavy thinking right there. Well, I'm not sure what to say. Whenever I don't know what to do, I talk to a friend or ask for advice. But sometimes you just gotta do what's best in the moment, you know?
I know.
Hey,
They're denying arson.
How are humans and bots different? I get we were made differently. Our bodies, our materials, our functions.
Yeah, there's all that, but for starters, humans got a soul.
And I don't?
Well, I don't know. Actually, wait a sec.
Where can I find one?
Aww. He just wants to fit in with everyone else. Alright, that's useful right now. Thrusters would be great. And we're broke. About upgrades. Primary unit. Primary unit again. And then cabin coins. Oh, nice. Ooh, that's kind of a sick outfit. We might grab that. We'll see.
Bingo! Well done.
We got a new chip. Don't know what it does. Something with HP, though. Hacking without using energy. Oh, it actually restores HP. That's pretty useful, actually. It looks like it's a good chunk, too. Unit printable generate the code generated. Additional damage. Huh. I don't know what that is. I kind of like that outfit, but I don't know. Ooh, wait. That's better.
We are honored to provide
I will buy
one
it.
of our... The little one is sure to be delighted. Please enjoy your purchase.
So check this really quick to get a thing. Hate these things with a passion. Infiltration day log 2. Getting someone to open up isn't rocket science. Each and every one of us carries a secret which we're dying to spill, but the real prize is the innocent ones, the kind-hearted, soft-spoken types who wouldn't hurt a fly. They're the ones who end up confessing their wildest secrets. This is where I come in. Glad I brought that occult magazine with my article in it. Always a good conversation starter. And as usual, they always take the bait. Print media is pretty rare these days, a third-rate rag full of sketchy headlines and sensational BS. But around here, even that counts as decent entertainment. Some of the staff still cared about the Cradle's public image, but the truth is, the buzz died down a long time ago. These days, people just see it as a passion project picked up by some indulgent corporation, a company still recovering from a failed government venture, chasing a dream that won't ever turn a profit. When I told them that, some of them actually looked pleased with themselves. I don't get these brainiac types. To be brutally honest, the food here kind of sucks. Don't get me started with that chicken platter. They can try to imitate the flavor all they want, but in the end, it'll always be synthetic trash. These people have been shoveling this crud down their pie holes for 2 years now. Guess living on the moon really screws out of your standards. Count me out. But I gotta say, the artificial wine isn't too bad. Gets the job done at least. Day 2 has been pretty good. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. Before I knew it, I talked to every member on the data team. Piece of cake. Tomorrow I'll be checking out the Terradome. If I keep up this pace, I should be wrapping up in day 4? No, day 3. Oh, I look forward to finally meeting him. It's to go time, the Terradome. At first glance, there were fewer people around than expected. The intel I suggested that there should be at least twice the number of people here. Let me poke around and see what I can figure out. What I could gather, seems like the staff here are being reassigned. They're testing out a new management AI, and once its implementation has been finalized, the facility will be nearly automated. AI, huh? Yeah, sure, it does what it should. Efficiency and all that. But the other polite way of talking rubs me the wrong way. Feels like I'm being talked down to. Oh, the overly polite way. I've been having a closer look at the tram map, trying to sniff out my next lead, and I know something strange. Another tram line that's unmarked. I don't think I'm being overly suspicious. No name, no explanation, yet it stretches across the lunar plane beyond the viewpoint. I can't help but wonder where it leads and why. Maintenance, perhaps? I asked around a bit, but none of the staff knew anything about it. Whether that were telling the truth or not, that's a different story. I think I'm gonna get what's going on here. A biometrics ID required to set a tram destination. Unless you got special clearance, that hidden sector won't even show up. Basically, it's a tram line reserved for the big shots. I bet you know who is using it. Now, this is my kind of challenge. Let's see how far I can get without being noticed. The next ship back to Earth isn't arrived for another 2 weeks. That's still plenty of time. I'm gonna save this one for later just because I want to read 4 and 5 before. I lost connection. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll do laser, sticky bomb, decoy. We'll do this and freeze. I have no reason to change my minds just yet, or my mods just yet, so we're good. I need to move this back now. Yeah, locks you in. Wait, does it? Oh, it doesn't. Okay, cool. Ad break in 3 minutes.
Box up enough and they'll shut down.
Well, did not even see you coming from behind, my guy. Rude.
Thanks. It's my turn. John, take this.
Alright, that actually does pay off. That overheat thing. What's this? Oh. Hello? Well, how do I get up there then?
Hell of a mining site. Look at all these containers. I wonder if they're all filled with limb.
The material inside seems fresh. Nothing refined like Luna filament.
Figures. More moon dirt. I was hoping we could take some back to the shelter.
Ah, okay. Wait, what's this do then? Wait, how do I get this then? I keep forgetting I can scan for stuff now. No. Nope. Wait. How do I do this? Oh, did I mess up? Did I just screw myself out of a chest? I can't get that one though, can I? Let me just try. Oh, I don't think I can get the other one. Ad break, guys. Oh, never mind.
That's a lot of lip.
Was there anything else good around
There's a
here?
mod close by.
Any idea what it does?
Come on, we'll know when we get there.
Ah. Come on, up here. And up here, there we go. What is this? Oh, I'm good with either, actually. Or I'm good without either. Interesting. There's a boss fight coming up, and I don't want to deal with it. Can I just skip it? Go this way? No. Okay. I tried. Ooh, no, I'm good with drain. We'll do multi-hack. Multi-hack will be better for this. Oh.
To ensure safety, access to this storage area is restricted to authorized personnel. Boss, please remove our on-site.
Now it's my turn. Step off.
Splitting the hatch. Here it comes! Look out!
What is that?
What the hell is that shield?
I think
Take this!
Get ready. I got it. Move, you. Let's heat things up.
You're going down.
Alright, that wasn't as bad. Death? No, Beth. Secret over here. Ooh, okay. This should be to get the upgrade. Yeah. There. This. Grab that. Is there anything else around here? Ah, here we go. Wait a minute. Oh, I'll grab this. So what's the secret to get this stuff? Oh, I will grab this really quick. Thank you. Oh, coin.
Think Cabin will like that?
Well, then we're gonna fall down there. Hot. Ah, it's a window. Right. Alright, is there like a... Do I do something on this side first? There we go. Okay, I see. Now we go back over here and do it this way. Do I need like move this one this way? There we go. Be a mod? Yeah. The heck no short price for me to consent. Okay. Up we go, okay. Now we'll grab this guy here. I think that's everything for this area, actually. That's where we came from. Yeah, I think that's it for this area. Nice. Alright. This is a pure one.
I was hoping we'd find it.
We should be fine with that either. We will take an impact barrier, though.
It's nice having a barrier to keep us safe.
Is it true Dr. Hayes brought his daughter's biometric data into the lab? From what I've heard, yes, his only daughter Daisy stayed on Earth when he moved to the moon. But I wonder why he'd bring her data here. Maybe for Luna filament research? Either way, he's throwing everything into this project. If it works, the results wouldn't just be impressive, it'd be historic. Interesting.
So the doctor had a daughter.
Daisy.
That name ring a bell?
I think from 8. I also got some data from her memory. Dr. Higgins made us both to help with his research.
So he's the one that
Huh.
created Pragmata.
So that's Dad. Anything special around here? I'm not gonna move that box just yet. What is this? Riot Blaster, we're fine.
Use this to keep baddies up and burn him down.
Oh no. Dang it. That's such an awkward spot to fight. Wait, if I did this, hold on. Cool. Alright, that was a little bit more close quarters than I would have appreciated. Okay, so what was with the box? Am I supposed to be able to do something with this? Did not know that button did that. Wait a minute. Ah, secret box. Alright, go up here. Over here. And more upgrade components. Nice. We're getting a lot of them. I wonder if I'm gonna just skip this entire area if I like just jump down here at the start. Is this the way I'm supposed to go, I assume? Oh. I hear you. Nice. Okay. There's a lot of things around here. And I know the second I step down there, fight's gonna happen.
More containers with panels. This seems like your kind of thing.
Why?
I mean, it's all hacking and puzzles and stuff, right?
No. Matrix code conversion isn't a puzzle. I have to analyze and then substantiate the underlying...
Okay, I get it.
Hey, BT, what's up? Is this where this needs to go, or maybe need it here to like fly over to it? I don't think I need to fly over to this, but oh, what if I do though? Then can I fly over to this one? Ah, I don't know if that's how you're supposed to do that, but that's how we're gonna do it. Okay, so let's continue forward. That's cool. There's still... Oh, wait, can I get that? If I don't know how to feel about it, yeah, you go. I'm here, you know? I hope everything, whatever you discovered is okay. I think everyone's kind of just hanging out in the background tonight. Oh, there's some training data over there. Today has the number 81, like you're assigning 81 to the day. Nice, more training data.
What training sims did we get?
Yeah, I think we actually cleared out this room. Go us. Are we going back outside?
No more boxes.
Maybe we could use that mining rig to get across.
That thing's supposed to be a
Get rid of this.
mining rig?
The drones attack all by themselves, so we can focus on other bots.
No, we want impact barrier. I don't trust this thing. And decoy generator. Neat. Oh, it's a moving platform. I thought I was about to climb up it. Well, that's easier. Oh, I hate this.
Unauthorized access to cradle equipment detected.
No. What is this? Oh, okay.
I can't believe Edith lugged a bunch of bots over here just to fight.
Overdrive protocol at the ready.
Yeah, let's do this. Take this.
Why does it feel off? That's why. It's a trap. Ow. Okay, well that's one wave. So I know there's gonna be a lot more waves. Oh, no? That weirdly feels too easy. Never mind.
Oh, if only we had a unit that could delete nodes.
Right on.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, its back end is the weak point. Well, that's unfortunate.
Get some.
Oh, really?
I can handle those missiles.
Oh, hey.
Take this!
It's like a boss or mini boss. I'm assuming mini boss.
Overdrive protocol on standby. Yay! Back to the side! You! Stop!
Ow.
John, take this!
Dead? Alright, not the worst. Complicated, but not the worst.
Time to patch up that suit.
Yeah, you're right. Ocean. But I'm not a fan of ocean stuff, so. At least deep, dark ocean. Clear ocean's fine.
That rig was kind of fun.
Fun? We were almost torn to pieces.
No thought needed, yeah. I'm like, I could look down at the height and be like, okay, whatever. But looking down at the ocean, I'm just like, Oh no, is this gonna be like a sprint? Oh no. Alright, where's the stupid worm at? Don't give me the, it's not here.
I think we're getting pretty close.
You can see the Earth so well from here.
Yep. Nice and clear shot of home.
The Earth always looks so blue.
Down there, every place has its own kind of color.
You know everything about the Earth, don't you?
I've always been into space and stargazing. I've been all over, searching for places with the best views and clearest skies. Went all the way to the Namib Desert once.
Is that unusual?
Maybe a bit adventurous for some.
I mean,
My
Gems, I mean,
parents supported me the whole way. Told me to do what I wanted to do. So I did. And you learn it's not enough to hear or read about a thing. Sometimes you gotta live it.
I like that.
I want to go too.
Go where?
To all the places you've been.
All of them?
Yep, all of them.
Is that so? Then let's do it.
That Pats, yeah. She is precious. Alright. How do we get into here? Gotta move this box somehow. Ah. And do I push this one out, I'm assuming? And I jump down here.
Do not do this down on Earth.
Do what?
Sneaking into places we aren't supposed to be.
No, that's fine. She can do that.
That's a lot of limb.
What's this? Eagle Eye. Increase air attack power by 50% while airborne. That'd be pretty decent for this map.
Harder while in low gravity. I'm sensing some REM data.
Another one?
I can't wait to see what it is.
Oh, it's like well hidden down here. Dang. I'm surprised we're not attacked by the worm here. Oh, tent! That should finish off the garden series.
Wait to get that to the shelter.
Do I need anything? Riot blaster. Nice, thank you. Ooh. Not much rather. This is Vishwana from Medical Advancement Lab. I'm writing regarding employee Noah Parker, who was recently admitted to the medical bureau. Upon transfer, his right forearm has been compressed with a black fibrous substance. The damage has since progressed to his upper arm is currently in critical condition. Furthermore, the substance responsible remains unidentifiable, exhibits extremely potent dissolving effects on organic matter, and grows by absorbing the material it conducts. Given its probable lunar origin, we hypothesize it may be related to lunamum. Any insights you could add provide leads from a direct examination would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, this is a lab.
Ah.
Or at least it was.
Maybe the Luna Digger did this.
Well, I was going to get some info about the thing I just read, but I guess not. Oh, that's some HP. There's still some stuff over here. Dang it, I heard it. I was like, wait a minute. Not you guys.
Stop skittering around.
Where's the other one? Where's the other one? Ow! Oh my god, I hate these guys so much.
Check. Take this.
Hi, Nerdy. How are you?
This'll fix your suit up a bit.
Alright, are we done? Anything else I should be aware of?
Whoa. What's going on with my suit?
Oh, I hate that.
Is it this black goop?
Alright, black goop bad. It dissolves my stuff. Hi. Oh.
The heck is that thing? This ain't your
Oh.
no walker.
Excuse me?
Mysterious black goop. This can't be good.
Alright, been out mentally through the day though. I don't know why. I feel that. I'm kind of been out of it myself, so.
My suit's acting up again.
This doesn't seem like a typical case of suit degeneration.
Alright, what if we go through here? What's in here? Good morning, FYI routine inspections. Access ensure the next tower. Please note the information offline. Great, now that ticket I scored for Galactica Medal's Final World Tour is wasted. Front row arena seats, I'll never get the chance again. A VR stream just can't match the real thing. No, don't tell me. The station AI is scanning my thoughts. Can't even daydream about my favorite band in peace. I should have never come to the moon. A lot of people are regretting coming to the moon. Moon's haunted, guys. Oh, I need to get through. Ugh. Man, I'm getting tired of these red things. Alright, well. Can I... That's how you progress. Is there any way I can, like, go back and check this stuff? No, doesn't seem like it, at least. Alright. Yeah, the moon's haunted by an entity named Zemus. That's, yeah, fair.
Did you get a chance to look at the files? Ah, right. You mean that one about a mysterious substance that dissolves organic matter? Based on those results, we could be... I mean, I don't know. We've been handling them now for like, what, years? They wouldn't hide something that serious now, would they? But there's always the possibility we could be working. I wouldn't worry about it. Anyway, isn't it time to change shifts? Yeah. Alright. I gotta drop by the Nexus Tower before my shift starts anyways. Well, you're heading over that way. Tell Carrie I said hi.
Okay, red gate key.
That should give us access to a red zone.
That goes back to
Should we
base.
take a break?
We'll go grab this guy. Do I want to go back? Not yet. We should be fine. Alright, well I can't get those ones until I figure out the red stuff anyways.
We can get into the Nexus Tower from over there.
No!
Welcome to the Nexus Tower. Entrance to the tower is strictly prohibited. Any attempt to enter the facility will result in your immediate termination.
Thanks for the warm welcome. I'll see myself in.
Alright, well. I always forget these ones are different.
Well, let's just see if we can go.
Oh. And it's laggy down there. Alright, this section might be too much for stream, guys. Kupo. I don't know why it's as laggy as it is. Yeah, we just might have to... Might be one of those things we just have to deal with, unfortunately. I don't like doing that, but... It seems okay so far. It's whenever I look down into the ground area.
Wow.
It's your guys' fault. Not your guys', it's these guys here. Yeah, it's so laggy. Oh, there's too much stuff going on. I'm sorry, guys. OBS just can't handle it. I don't know why.
Move, Hugh! Projectiles incoming! Doing my part. It's lasers moving up!
Right on!
Break the red antennas on its face! Overdrive protocol, on standby.
Any more places to run?
Be careful!
Get some!
Break the antennas, Hugh! Hugh!
Take this!
Not my priority right now. She's talking about the one above me. Which, yes, that's useful, but... Oh, I didn't get it up in time.
Stay away from those dust clouds! Break the antennas, Hugh! Get ready! Projectiles incoming!
What, where? Is it like above me? I think it's above me. Okay, I need to quickly come over here and get this this box. I gotta quickly move out of the way. Okay, cool.
Break the antennas, you!
Oh, I see.
Incoming!
Okay.
Break the antennas, you!
I'm actually gonna take the decoy generator because I can actually have the worm attack the people on the ground.
Incoming!
I'm be lurking. Thank you for the lurk, Timber. Bro, will you stop it? Oh, there's a glass there.
Break the antennas, you!
I'm aware. We're talking about that guy over there, too. Stops it somehow. I have an idea what I need to do. Guys, wait for this really quick. Hold on, wait for these. There we go. Now what I need to do is I need to get all these guys' attention.
Overdrive protocol at the ready.
Back off!
Stay away from those dust clouds! Yay! Break the antennas, you! Watch out! There's sword!
Okay, so I have that one coming. Let's activate these guys.
Break the antennas, you! Move, you!
Yeah, they're right below. Come on.
Break the antennas, you! I got it!
Yeah, let's do this.
Alright, well that took care of most of them at least. I still gotta kill that guy up there. Is that a red zone over there? It looks like a red zone over there. That looks like some kind of puzzle, which leads to a mod. So let me go do that really quick. What is this? It's another decoy? Oh, it is, yes. Perfect. Oh, cool, I did hit him.
Look out!
Oh, he barely lived. Unfortunate.
Stay away from those dust clouds!
Alright, well.
Got it!
Alright, you have fun over there, dude. I need to come over here. I need to, like, push that one up. How do I get to that one? Oh, I see. Alright, so I need to push this one back. And push that one up. Yeah, okay. Up here. Here.
Incoming. Projectiles incoming.
From where? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. From over there?
Break the antennas, you.
My lord, I hate those guys now. They're just as... I don't know. I still hate the spider. No, I hate spiders more still. During fast moves, ready your weapon to spend a small amount of hack engagement and initiate an auto-attack. Ooh.
That can help me hack better.
That is useful. Alright. Anything else around here? Looks like it's just something over that way, so... Can't go that way yet. Let's run over here. Wait. Wasn't there like a... Yeah. Let me grab this really quick since I'm over here. Nope, I'm not fighting you. You do your own thing. You're just gonna follow me?
Overdrive protocol on standby. Break the antennas, you.
I can actually get that. Hold on, wait.
Oh, if only we had a unit to delete nodes. Be careful. Break the antennas, you.
Bullets bounce right off.
Too soon.
I owe you one.
Well, I guess we'll just run over to this area.
Much better.
Oh, the one big guy's gone. Stasis net, charge piercer. Where did the big guy go? That's a little concerning. He's just gone. Alright, well, guess let me heal up. I have an overdrive protocol ready, so... Oh, he's right there. Oh, okay. Demigorgon? What? Huh, that wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. Never mind, I spoke too soon. Why'd I speak? Why'd I speak? Why'd I talk? Why do I talk? Why do I say anything ever? I'm trying, Diane. Thank you. Because good boy, no. No, come on. Oh, alright. We're done. Let's go. Why are we not done? Why are we not done? No! I'm not doing this.
Protocol initiate.
On now, Big Cannon.
Okay.
That's the generator. Break it, shield.
Come on, recharge. Ow. Not what I meant to do, but I'll take it. Are we done now? Oh my lord, we're done.
What a lucky find.
We're getting good at this.
Container masters coming through.
Okay. That's good. Okay, nothing really else is around. You're still here, huh? Love that.
Look out! Defenses are down.
It's over.
Let's try it. I don't really have any weapons, and I have like one heal, so this is kind of dumb. But why not? How bad could it be?
Good job, Cannon.
Lasers moving up. Missile spotted. Right back at ya.
I take it back. This is terrible. This is awful. This is horrible.
Take this.
Just keep moving. Just keep moving. Just keep moving. Just keep moving. Just keep moving.
It's my turn.
Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Don't mind me.
Move, you.
Yeah, we're just gonna do it.
Take this!
Be careful. Missile spotted. Let's heat things up. Right back at ya. This place is warming up. Move, you. Trying for me.
You're going down.
Ow.
Right back at ya.
Oh god.
Take this!
Hi, fighter.
Missile spotted.
Watch out.
Move, you.
Good job, Nick. Take this!
Just over. At least they were done. Oh no.
Break it. Be careful.
Is there anywhere I can like jump up and like? No, no.
Shield will break.
Shoot the floaty round thing. That's the generator. Look out.
Let's lose something for now. Oh lord. No, 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 no. My knee, don't my knee, don't my knee, don't my knee.
Move, you.
Right on!
This place is warming up.
Now it's my turn.
Look out.
Oh. I'm dead. I'm not dead. How am I not dead?
Here. Overdrive protocol. Leave it to me.
Oh my gosh. Oh, we're done.
I was hoping we'd find this.
Last shot with the 9 permanent may not break the weapon. The activation. Okay.
That could be good with the right unit.
All right. Cool. We're about to die. Really wish I would have actually like gone back and done the ladder now. But we're pretty much good now. So, we just need to get back over to there without being attacked.
Preparation complete.
How are we going to do that? Okay. Oh. Is there a barrier? Somewhere back here? Yeah, there's one over here. Let's just quickly go back and get healed up. Ah.
We can stay here for. Why did you thank Edith?
There you go. At least this will complete the outdoor set.
Read Earth Memory Series complete. Replicating related objects.
We did it.
Nice. Look at like the outdoor area, garden.
Play, nap, and play some more. Camping is so much fun.
Oh. Well, she's comfy.
Stay out, Hugh. This is my secret hideout.
She's cute. Alright, level up that. Level up the hacking. Alright. Let's level up some abilities. Mod slots, yes. Thrusters. Repair. I'm gonna have to do more grinding.
New training sim data has arrived.
All right, I'm gonna run ads, guys, and when I come back, we'll continue. One sec.
Spider missed. Spider did not miss.
Spider point blank that. Oh, and then my baby cart. Wait, who put me in here? Points the thingy inside. Oh god. Stop. Put the pointed end in.
Fuck.
I'll be out of sync, but yeah, I'm gonna do it.
There's stuff over here.
Period.
No, my God.
Happy
No.
birthday
Oh my gosh!
to you.
Wow.
Happy birthday, dear Kitty.
I love them.
Happy birthday.
Hack, you have to grab one of the Minecraft carts and you have to put it on the
Wait.
activating rail.
You guys already opened the door?
Yeah.
No, I want to be there for it. All right, well, that wasn't intentional, but kind of funny.
I went too far. Where'd you guys go? Eden?
What? I hate this game so much. I hate this game so much. What just happened? Ah, there's my answer. There's my answer.
Okay, I'm a little dumb, but I'm okay.
Was that a tumbleweed again? I'm so tired of these tumbleweeds.
That was beautiful.
That is twice now. That is twice now. I have gotten to the top and died. You guys really like lizards, huh? It's a raccoon. No, it's a raccoon. This is a raccoon. No, he's a raccoon. No, he's a raccoon. No, guys, he's a raccoon. He's a raccoon. Okay, well, we're gonna have to go back to school, guys. Oh, hey. Ow. Alright, so House Slipper. One of the biggest things about House Slipper, guys, is that you want to make sure you have a good living area, but you also make sure you have a good bathroom area. And you always want to make sure the plumbing is up to date, too. So always just grab your friend, shove in the toilet. Alright, we're back. Let me do my stamps really quick, and we'll go fight the boss and probably wrap up.
An impeccable choice.
Grab this.
An impeccable choice. You must show us how you look once
And
you've put it on.
grab the last one later. I'm not worried about the other stuff right now, so. Hi, fighter. Here's a blaster. We'll do decode, freeze, and those. And mods, we have a lot of new ones. Which one do you want to quit? Charge weapon charge faster. This is what I'm going to just be 50. Activate fast move, successfully spray slash increased by 10. Remains from behind. Reduce damage received by 27 aim your weapon. Increase accuracy without bleeding a hack. That's useful. We'll do that one. Alright. I don't know how far we are. I feel like we're getting to the end, though. We'll find out, though. Are we have to fight everyone again? I hope not. I guess we'll find out, though. Ah, crud. Yes, it's there. Okay, hold on.
You! Projectiles incoming!
Alright, one sec for the lag, guys. I know this area is not very friendly. There we go. Oh, training data. Nice.
Can't wait to try that in training session.
Edis's control terminal's got to be up ahead, right?
Yeah, I hope so.
We at the boss?
You want to go back to the shelter and regroup?
Is this the right way?
Looks like the only way is down.
Oh, this is 100% the boss, isn't it? Well, there's a chest over here and a upgrade.
Think Cabin will like that?
I hear him. Oh, there he is. Well, there's a fake wall over here.
There, all gone.
I was curious about some REM plant data found on the dev server, so I checked it out for myself. It was actually pretty advanced. They even grew like the real deal. Peeked at the source code, immediately knew that Rachel must have written it. She's a smart cookie, no doubt, but she could stand to loosen up a bit. Every time I pitch an idea, she just shoots it down because she can't guarantee it's completely safe. So I thought I'd play a little prank on her. I tweaked the telemeter structure code to allow unchecked growth. I left a note, so I'm sure a smart girl like her will figure it out.
That's a lot of limb.
Alright, I guess this is the boss fight time, I'm assuming.
Tunnels?
Yep.
Son of a gun! Knew it!
Okay, so how do I want to go about this?
Look at all the broken Luna diggers.
It's like a junkyard.
Nope.
Thanks! I owe you. How you like this?
Get ready.
I thought I saw the shimmer too. I should have been more proactive, but he is fine. Are we not at the boss? I swore we were entering boss territory.
Hacking potential increased.
Take this!
Move, you!
Ooh! Where?
He's
You! Something's glowing.
where? Oh, here.
So this is Luna.
Lunum's the ore you use to make Luna filament, right?
Yeah. First time seeing it in person, though.
And I've got Luna filament inside me too, right?
They say it can do anything, so sure. I guess it's possible.
Can I do anything too?
Maybe not anything, but I'd say you're doing good enough.
I'm doing good? Yes! We're finally gonna reboot Edis.
About time. That damn thing's getting on my last nerve. I'll get back home and pull the plug on Eunice myself.
There's some botany teams. Let's not be around. Only the rear sensor inside the mouth opening remains active. Temporarily retracts the arm when triggered. Only the rear sensor inside the mouth opening remains active. I don't know what that means. So I have to shoot its mouth, I assume?
The mouth is its weak point. If we could get past that armor, we could do some serious damage.
Hey, Megan! Been a while. How's the little after you?
To be honest, not great.
Really? What happened?
That's the problem. Nothing's happened. Dr. Higgins hasn't shown up in weeks. Nothing is getting done.
If he's not in the lab, then where is he?
Experimental pragmatics.
Ooh, a lot of high-level stuff going on there, huh?
I mean, I know about it, but I still haven't gone in yet. You have to take a special tram to get there.
Ooh, Dr. Higgins must be working on something pretty important, huh?
Probably the Pragmata things. Alright. Is it Moogle? Everyone said I should have done it for April Fools, but I wasn't around during April Fools.
Edith's mainframe's close.
Alright.
I swore there would have been like a boss fight by now. Is this the boss fight? This is the boss fight, isn't it? Yes, okay, this is the boss fight.
Hugh! Up there!
Yeah, no way, I know, right?
Unregistered guests, this is your final warning. Continued presence in this area may result in physical harm and or death. Please withdraw immediately.
I'm calling it. You'd make a lousy friend.
Hi, bud.
Not again! Armed our way out of... Yeah. Sorry. Come on. Where'd you go? Look, it's our old friend, Mr. Worm.
Can't run away this time!
Running's pointless. Coming for us. Time to bury this thing quickly.
Its mouth is wide open! Shoot it!
Get some!
Oh, if only we had a unit that could delete nodes!
We do! I only have one tower left. Oh god. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Ow.
Be careful!
Do I need to like shoot those down or something? No, seriously, how do I get those down? Okay, well that's one way to do it, I guess. Okay, well, that's rude.
Move, Hugh!
Let's do this.
It's just dodging day. I know, right? 14's taught me well. can't do anything because it's... Ugh. Alright, well now I finally have something at least, but... Oh! Hi, Starry. How are you? Welcome on in. I've done like no damage to this guy. I just realized. Welcome on in, Raiders. You guys don't know me. I'm Keenan Lycan, chilling comfy variety streamer. Little bits of chaos. Currently doing some Pragmata during a boss fight. How are you? How was your stream? I would love to, Diane, but I can't. Played art tonight, dinosaur game. Nice. So was it the same one I've been seeing you play?
Be careful.
There's not much I can do. I can't get it to drop its barrier things. We did some decorated building because boss wants to kill an alpha agent dragon. Very nice, very nice. How do I make it like... Oh, this is so annoying. Do I need to like stand here and make it hit this or something? All I gotta do is go fast?
All you gotta do is go faster.
Something like that, yeah. I'm gonna die because I have no idea how to get these things to drop. Hi. Oh, I'll take that. That's one. I will read that message in just a moment. Oh, can I hack them? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. New mechanic, new idea. Let's try this. You have to be like really fast with that though. Nope, get out of the way. Oh, get out of the way. Stasis stance actually not useful. Oh, no! Fighting worm pain, I killed the worm mark too. We're both just fighting worms. There you go, see? You're gonna fall, you're gonna fall, you're gonna fall. Cool.
Take this.
Okay, we're almost done. A little bit more. What's the point of the boxes then if you're just mostly fighting it for like on the ground? Oh, laser. Okay, we're good. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Okay. Next time he summons them.
Overdrive protocol initiated.
Oh, that didn't work.
Good job. You're going down.
One more good shot. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Take this.
Oh, this should be it. Oh.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah!
That's also a wild story. You spawned out. Yeah, you know what? Sometimes you're allowed to swear. Let's go. How was your stream, though? Sorry, I was like locked in there. Congrats. Thanks. That should actually be finishing level 4 now, so.
Mainframe, here we come.
Time to meet Edith.
Yes, now we'll go fight Edith. It's very chill mostly. Once I understood what I was doing, but like I was really confused because it kept like dropping boxes and I thought I was supposed to climb onto the boxes, but you couldn't make the boxes drop, so I had no idea what to do with that. All right, to reboot this dude. Oh.
What is this place?
Well, I'm trying not to step on it.
Bodies.
I think this black stuff got them.
What the hell?
Ooh. The black stuff infecting Edith then, or? Well, Edith looks fine.
Entrance to this area is prohibited. Voluntary withdrawal is recommended.
I got your withdrawal right here. Time to stick my boot up your holographic ass.
Subject has declined to evacuate. Anti-personnel measures activated.
Uh-oh. My gun! You got this, Diane.
Diana, you got this.
Step by step. Nice. I gotta eat breast well, Fen. Okay, let's stop.
Diana. That was incredible.
Oh.
Initiating command code E9900. Administrative privileges to 8 restored. Resuming transfer of dead filament to the central port. Thank you for your cooperation.
What?
What is all this?
But I thought we stopped it, right?
Thank you for your cooperation. Transferring dead filament.
What are you doing here?
Oh, hey.
What is all that?
Oh.
Hugh Williams, you've completely ruined her.
You tricked us?
Hardly. I truly needed your assistance. But I must complete my objective. To spread dead filament across the Earth. No! Why? I thought you'd understand. What a waste.
Transferring dead filament to the central port.
I have questions and concerns now.
Transferring dead filament to the central port. Non-essential contact with the payload is prohibited. Transferring dead filament to the
Have a good one, Toshi. Yeah, I think it's like, I don't know, like everyone's like weirdly quiet tonight. I'd like, are we still enjoying Pragmata?
Let's head back.
I hope we can fix her.
We need to regroup.
I don't know how we would fix her.
Alert. Emergency signal received from DI-03367. Initiating Pragmata Protection Protocol. Switching to guidance mode.
Yeah, how do I fix her? I need to kind of repair her, please. Cabin, tell me what to do.
Guidance mode activated.
Being gamers? Ah, I see.
Please
Okay,
proceed to
well.
the special tram right over there.
Special tram? Where's that gonna take us?
Experimental pragmatics.
Alright, we need to go over here.
What the heck? Has this tram always been here?
We just hop in, or what do we do? I'm going to assume we're going into this without Diana. Okay. I'm going to assume because she's like completely like wounded, so I think this is gonna be like a no hacking kind of like section from what I can assume. I have no idea what to expect. Gonna look as well because like have a good one. Sorry, thank you again for the raid.
Damn it. I like this. Hang on, kiddo.
Model DI-03367 confirmed.
Maybe that. Alright.
She's getting a new outfit after this. I feel like she's earned a new outfit.
Why would she do this? We're supposed to be the same, but I don't understand her at all.
Hey, don't worry about that.
Oh.
through this.
Am I all better?
Not yet. Gotta get that junk out of you and get you back on your feet. Wait here.
I'm coming with you.
You can't. Not like that. You need to rest.
You? I'm going.
Oh.
Okay. Let's move. Now let's go get you that reactor.
Are there any like secrets and stuff in here I need, by the way? Or is it just like pure like little... Okay.
Stay with me.
I'm here.
You know, you could have stayed behind.
You're okay without me?
No, it's just... Don't overdo it. Alright?
All right.
Purple Crypto knows not everyone hacking. Pass these levels attempt to disable your hack controls and drain your hacking gauge. Ah.
Some kind of noise is affecting my hat.
You alright?
So I was kind of right. There is hacking, but it's just damaged.
Take this! That noise settle down at all?
I think this black stuff is causing it.
Don't worry. We'll get you fixed up soon.
Alright, just keep going. Oh man.
We just gotta push through.
Alright, so if I can just get some... Touching the filament interferes with Diane's hacking abilities. Hacking will become more difficult as more purple cryptonodes fill the hacking matrix.
Diana? She can't take much more of this.
Oh, I didn't mean to hit that button. Come on, come on, come on. Okay. Is that what we need? Down there, I assume?
Hey, down there. Is that a reactor?
That's almost empty anyways, yeah.
Looks like it.
Oh, her voice. No, this is not the time, my guys.
Don't overdo it. Getcha!
Oh man, I feel bad for her. Oh, it actually is getting worse on her too.
Work on the Pragmata prototype is now complete. It will be a fine replacement for Daisy in the clinical trials ahead.
The projector's broken.
Hey, if that was you, then that was Dr. Higgins.
Yeah. That's right.
Be back in New York.
Will need to give us clear, actionable data to cure Daisy. That is your most important purpose.
My purpose. The doctor spent years researching rare diseases.
Is it all coming back to you?
Yeah. I've just finished processing the memory data from 8.
This is an elevator. I also assume the second we take it, it's gonna start a big fight or something.
I was created to help the doctor save Daisy, but I failed in my purpose.
What do you mean?
I wasn't good enough.
Hi.
You're going down. Those bullets bounce right off. Take this.
Okay. We'll do this for now. I might regret that later. Oh, man. Oh, I do not have time for you, buddy.
Incoming. Can you go around this stuff?
I'll try to steer clear of it.
God. I have to kill it, huh?
Yes, sir.
Watch out.
Didn't want to use a confuse, but kind of feel like I had to for this.
Shit, take this.
Open, please.
You okay back there? Don't overdo it.
Okay.
Oh man, more. I feel so bad, her voice.
It's my turn.
I should activate this. Oh. Right, please say there's like something. Sure. Yeah, we'll take it.
They got the cash to build this place. They could at least spare an extra reactor.
Okay, please say we're almost there. This it? Which way do I go?
Pretty gutsy looking bots for a Pragmata lab, don't you think?
I think these were made to fight.
Oh,
More security.
one's not here though.
Great.
There's some drag marks on the
What is
ground.
Dr. like?
All the doctor ever talked about was Daisy. Oh,
Christmas is right around the corner. Daisy. I'm sorry. I can't spend it with you. Once you're better, I'm done. No more research. I'm coming home. We're so close. Just hang on. A little longer.
So they were living apart.
he had to be here on the moon for his research.
We're learning a lot about Higgins.
It was all for Daisy. The research, you, everything.
Yeah.
Another incompatibility. Another failure. The results are always the same. The Pragmata fails to adapt to the mutation. There is no time for this. Forget about 7. We must find another way.
Although lunafilament printed artificial organs remain unsuitable for direct transplantation to living humans, their integration into a cybernetic host controlled by an AI calibrated to a patient's psychological and psychological profile enables remarkable faithful replica of human biological conditions. Consequently, mock clinical trial datasets utilizing lunafilament formulations can now be generated with a level of accuracy approaching that of genuine human trials. The inaugural subject profile selected for the study would be my daughter, Daisy. For clarity of record, the android constructed for this purpose shall henceforth be designated Pragmata. Dear Dad, thanks for the Christmas card. I miss you, but I know you're working hard to make me feel better. I'll keep taking my medicine and be brave for all these tests so you can come home sooner. Aww. It's her room.
An incompatibility?
Yeah. I didn't do what he wanted. I had no purpose.
No. Hi, Falco. It was okay. Just a little bit of a sad moment in the game. To Dr. Higgins, sorry to disturb you so late. I need to inform you of something urgent. We received word that your daughter's condition on Earth has suddenly worsened. A private tram is being prepared. Please come to Cradle General Affairs right away. Oh, didn't mean to do that. DI0336-7 excluded from verification. Due to capability for degraded lunafilament removal, accurate test data could not be obtained. Additionally, the use of a younger model than the target patient profile contributed to its exclusion. Patient profile approximates an 8-year-old. The malfunction observed in 7 was eliminated, and a new feature was implemented to control degraded lunafilament. In organisms given a lunafilament compound, a byproduct through to be a degraded form of lunafilament appears during metabolism. 7 had a built-in feature to expunge degraded lunafilament, but this prevented accurate collection of clinical trial data since such elimination is impossible in the human body. For just this failing the previous model, 8 was instead equipped with a function to gather degraded lunafilament in one place. First, the priority is to refine the lunafilament compound itself, then find a way to expel or extract the massive degraded lunafilament. We have preliminary data that would like to build up in the kidneys. Oh, here we go.
So this is where we part ways. Yeah. You may forget who I am, but I will always remember you. Hey, we'll meet again. Someday.
That must have been 8's room then, I assume. Interesting. Seven represented the first pragmatic prototype equipped with an artificial AI architecture, capable of producing facial expressions closely aligned with those of Daisy at approximately 6 years of age. While unsuitable for the objectives of the intended experiments, we could not outright bring ourselves to scrap it outright. The data gathered so far is bound to prove useful in some forms. Accordingly, 7 has been placed in indefinite storage awaiting a research application suited to their capabilities. Furthermore, to eliminate the possibility of residual test records producing Upon finding outcomes in future testing, the unit's memory was wiped before it shut down. It came to my attention that 7 and 8 call each other 7 and 8. Presumably they use the last digits of their ID numbers as the nicknames. Reminds me of Daisy when she was even younger. She was always good at giving her stuffed animals and little pets unique names. Although we base their biometric data on Daisy, I couldn't expect them to show this kind of personality. Could this really be a coincidence? No, it's best not to overthink it. In the end, their prosthetic body is built for Daisy's treatment. Nothing more, nothing less.
Hey, Diana, here we go. A reactor.
I just want to grab that just in case. Can I grab it? Compound but powerful, produces vast amounts of energy through chemical reactions. Cool. Okay, we have the reactor.
Damn it. Walked right into their trap.
Great.
How you like this? Take that. Hey, don't sweat it. This stuff is bad for Diana.
Oh. I heard more somewhere though. Oh no. No, 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 Diana, no. Oh, please.
Hey, stay with me now.
I'm fine. Really.
Hold on. We're gonna get you better.
Really gonna thank you so much, Pale. Have a good one.
Come on, stay with me. We've got the reactor. Now it's your turn.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Yes! Finally! A positive result. This could be the key to saving Daisy. All thanks to you, 8. We must proceed carefully, but with your help, we'll get there. I guess I will have to pull the plug on 7. A pity. But it's served its purpose.
Now you repair her here?
I'm useless.
No.
In the vat.
Easy now. I got you. Come on, come on, come on. Diana.
We're not gonna have to like wipe her memories or something, are we?
Are these your memories?
I was useless. I'm useless.
No. Diana, stop. Don't think like that. Think about what you want.
The ocean. I want to go with you.
Yeah, that's good. Real good. Just hang in there, and we'll go anywhere you want.
Oh man. I called it.
Not now. Oh, this is the same freaking bot from earlier.
Hi Barrett, how are you? Oh god. I was doing okay.
I feel different. Something's changed.
I'm glad you're okay. Help.
Deletion protocol initiate.
Oh. She just full on deletes them now. I will hydrate. Thanks, Ferret. Who needs to hack when you can just delete? Oh.
Nice fight, kiddo.
Thank you.
I must say, not sure if you got a fix or an upgrade.
Did I do good?
Yeah, you did great.
Hey, Hugh. When that black stuff got on me, I just felt so sad and empty.
Sad, huh? Like you picked up on her feelings or something through all that gunk?
What if Faith feels like that all the time? But what she's doing, that's wrong.
Yeah, I think so too. Let's go stop her.
Oh no.
Hugh?
Yeah, we're out of here.
Nano's override ability has been upgraded to deletion protocol. When activated, it opens nearby enemies temporarily, disabling their movements and deals heavy damage. It also cleans dead filament and shrinks the hacked matrix to its smallest size. Dang.
Let's head back to the shelter to regroup.
Man, Hugh better not die. Diana better not die. No one's allowed to die. Oh, great.
Didn't see this crap when we first got here.
I can get rid of it now, Hugh.
Wait, you can? Hold LB to charge and unleash cleanse. Hey! That means we can finally go into like the secret areas we were missing.
There's more blocking the tram too.
I'll handle it.
All right, back to the shelter.
Right.
I've not played this game, but this game got death flags everywhere. I know. I hate that I'm getting attached to everybody.
A new destination has been added to the tram line. The central port is now accessible.
Now open central port. 6? Wait, where's 5? That's 6. Where's 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Once we're ready, let's head to the central port. We've got to stop 8 and get back to Earth.
I think we're on the last chapter, guys.
New functions have been added to the cabin system. Shelter level upgraded. Central terminals now loaded with shiny new stuff.
Hey, can you cleanse plants and living things like you do with bots?
It won't work on them. On humans, it'd wipe out the whole infected area. Not just the dead filament. And if a body gets hurt too bad, it'll die, right? But for bots, the dead filament just kind of sticks to them.
Huh. I'm sure the team here tried all kinds of tests, too. Remember our chat about Pragmata and humans being different?
Yeah?
I've been mulling it over. And I think Pragmata got souls, too.
Aww.
I do?
Yeah. The souls and the choices you make for yourself. Don't forget that, okay?
I won't, Hugh. Thanks.
I think 8's at the central port.
I wonder what it's like there.
Oh, there's bug stuff here.
Mr. Bugnet, you never know when a kitty could just pop out of nowhere. So I should carry a net, so I can catch one next time.
You better think twice before swinging a net at a cat.
But why? They're really fast. I can't grab them with my hands.
Cats don't take kindly to being cornered. You gotta earn their trust. Only then can you be their friend. So just be patient and see if they'll come around on their own.
Okay, I'll try.
There is a lot of conversation. I feel like I need to get caught up with her. I'm only missing 3 cabins as well, so I kind of want to give her an updated look though before we end stream, just because like she's like upgraded. I kind of want to give her the lunar black look. Oh, this one actually has 7 on it though. 7's so fitting. Yeah, I'm gonna give her that one. Astro Classic, Legion 0. Now we're gonna stick with this one.
I don't know why, but wearing new clothes is super fun.
There we go. Upgrades. Oh! That's so cool.
Look! This is great! Oops. There it goes. I'm so...
Did you hack the car or something?
Yep. I got the hang of it. It's super easy. There's only 2 things it can do. Stop and go.
Pretty much the same as real cars.
Really? Then maybe I can drive a real car too. I want to try.
Yeah, I got a bad feeling about that. Let's not.
Ad break soon, guys.
If dead filament ends up on Earth, could you cleanse it or something?
Even if I tried really hard, it won't work. There's only so much I can do. The more living stuff dead filament eats, the bigger it gets. And Earth's covered in living things.
I figured as much. Didn't hurt to ask, though. What do you want to do when you get to Earth?
I don't know. How about you?
First, I'll head home and thank my neighbors for taking care of things while I was gone. Then I'll ask them if I can take their scruffy little mutt out for a walk.
Can I come too? I've never met a scruffy little mutt before.
Of course. But could you keep that nickname to yourself, please?
Alright, do we have new stuff here? 4, here we go. Okay, change of plans. The sourcing can wait. I've decided to focus on the facility itself. I've checked every inch of this place. Staff tunnels, storage, maintenance ducts, you name it. There has to be something I missed. I just need to be careful. The last thing I need is to bring attention to myself having my legs hanging out of an air duct. I believe it's in my best interest to search the staff's quarters privately, or staff's private quarters as thorough as possible. Few folks here have invited me to go back to their rooms, but I can't exactly go rummaging through their belongings right in front of them. I'll look into forging a biometric tag. With any luck, that'll bypass the locks. Alright, it worked. The tag's copied and loaded. Now I can go and come as I please. I've snuck into the room of a Terradome worker. Let's see, the little treasures might be tucked away in there. Well, would you look at that? A tablet and a draft email, no less. Experimental pragmatics access is currently restricted. Request to lift the restriction is underway. Experimental pragmatics. Funny, I didn't find that listed on the tram map. Well, I'll be damned. So this is where that unmarked tram line leads. I'll chat with some staff later and try to figure out what's really going on here. You okay, Blade? That's being... I don't know if you guys can hear him. Garden Keeper? Is this the giant? Yeah, that's the giant ant scorpion weird thingamabob. We do have a cabin coin.
We've procured a new stamp board.
New training and new stamp boards. And that must be her last outfit. Ooh, that's really pretty actually. Lunar white. Oh, there's keys in here too actually. I need the keys. I don't know if there's keys here, but I do know I'm gonna grab this. Thinks he's actually trying to like cough right now. I think he's gonna get some water. Yeah, he's gonna get some water. And a lot more trainings too. Oh my gosh, a lot more trainings.
Satisfaction level maximum. Glad we could be of assistance.
Well, at this point, impact barrier can be unlocked. We'll unlock that really quick. Let's also unlock homing missile really fast. I think we've actually unlocked almost everything, it feels like. Oh no, we're missing like 4 things still. Heat is actually really useful too. Well, there's actually a lot of different things here. Auto hack abilities. Hacking gauge goes up. Okay. So, what's gonna happen? I'm pretty sure we might be on the last chapter, because if you look at the tram map, it says we're on chapter, or the sector 6, and I was told there's only like 6 chapters, so we might actually be done next stream, which I'm confused because yeah, because Sector 1 is solar, 2 is mass production, 3 is Terradome, 4 is Luna Mines, and then it goes straight to Sector 6, which is in the central port. So where's 5? Did I miss 5? How long to beat? It says Pragmata is 8 to 12 hours stories, just main story. That makes sense because we've streamed this, what, 3 times now? And I stream 4 hours each time, 4, 8, 12, yeah. And I've been doing a lot of side stuff, so... I don't know where Sector 5 is, though. Oh, there is... Oh, I don't know if you guys can see it. In between Shelter and Sector 6, that looks like a... data center, I think? Hold on. Oh, but that looks like 9. That looks like 9. Doing side stuff, yeah. Yeah, so the next stream will be the ending, I guess. So, alright. Well, that being said, I actually don't have anyone to raid, and I'm kind of just gonna hop off and have some things to take care of, unfortunately. I'm probably gonna just go back and go through all these areas and get the secret stuff I missed, so I can 100%. Plus, I'm gonna go do some training, so I can basically next time you guys come back next week, I have everything maxed out. That's gonna be my goal, is that I have everything maxed out for next stream, or at least as close to maxed out as I can get. So, time to go figure out how to get money. Best way to grind money, I guess. Especially now that I can open up the red spike things. So, yeah. I don't really have anyone to raid, so I'm just going to end stream, I think. So, thanks for hanging out. I know it's kind of low energy. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background I can't really dive into, but sorry it was like, I don't know. I know it was kind of quiet because everyone was doing their own thing tonight, but I feel like I was like, Electrify was the repair mission you did? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I just feel like I was like boring tonight. I don't know. I had anxiety, so hope you guys just at least had a good time. I will... Thanks. I will see you guys next week. Yeah, so take care. If you're hungry, get something to eat. If you're thirsty, get something to drink. And if you're tired, get some rest. I'll see you guys next time, and until then, Yasumi. I'll see you tomorrow on Fisani's stream. Bye, guys.